Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Museum of Glass here in the Hot Shop. Is it good? My name is Emily, and I'll be your MC for the day. I'll let you guys know exactly what's going on here in the Hot Shop, and then if you have any questions, feel free to ask, and I'll be happy to answer your questions, but after I'm done telling you what's going on. So here in the hot shop, we have Levi working on some of his production style work that are for specific types of items that are made through glass, and these will eventually become lampshades. And then in the middle of the hot shop here, we are creating we're creating pineapple pitchers, which are just what we use for water. So, specifically what it is that they're doing is they're gathering glass, and that means that they'll start in the furnace. And so the furnace is the silver tank here with the black doors. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So there are the silver tanks that they each have a door on them. That is where all the molten hot glass is held to be able to be worked into the process. And so it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. So dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. That hot glass really likes to stick to the hot steel, and so the pipes that they're holding, they'll get nice and warm, dip them into the furnace, and that is how the process will start. And then you'll see as they are working, they'll go from the bench and in and out of these orange face reheating chambers. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? So the glory hole is designed to only reheat the glass to keep it nice and hot so we can create things at the bench. So it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and the temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees. When the glory hole is not bright and orange, you can see inside of it, and you can look through to the hollow fire brick within that barrel, which can withstand those very, very high temperatures. Thank you. And now on the right side of the hot shop, Eric will get a piece of glass nice and hot. Whenever it's super duper hot like that, it'll naturally stretch out. So he'll pull out the glass. And this is how we'll get the pattern of the lines on the surface of the orbs that are here on the on the table. That torch there, it can get up to about 2,500 degrees. We refer to it as the fluffy torch. So whenever you see the glass and it's orange, that only means it's hot. That is like very, very hot. That does not mean when it cools down, it will be that bright, vibrant orange color. As you can see, the color is cooling down, but it won't be the true color until it gets all the way back cold, cold, cold. He'll lay it on the ladder and then chop it down. And so he's pulling cane to prepare for a project that they will be working on later on this week. So a lot of the things that we do here in glass sometimes need prep work. So now on the left side of the hot shop, we have prepared a bar of color and a clear bubble. The bar of color will be laid over the clear bubble, and this is known as a color overlay to add color to the surface of the blown bubble. So now we have laid color over the clear bubble. And then, so Sarah will pull the color all the way back over that clear bubble. And she'll move to the middle bench in just a moment. So don't worry, if you can't see every step on the left side of the hot shop, we're going to move to the middle of the hot shop. And so as she stretches that color all the way back over the bubble, that will then allow for her to be able to go to the next step, which means she'll gather more clear glass over the color overlay to be able to continue to expand the bubble. We use a little bit of color here in the hot shop and a whole lot of clear. And that's because it just works better that way. We don't have a bunch of furnaces that are all various like different colors. And so we have to use our materials wisely. And I'll show you what a color bar is. So as you can see, Ben is chopping down the color bars. Color bar is one way we can apply color to the surface of glass, and it'll give us a really nice solid or transparent, but it lays over the entire thing, so it looks like one solid color. How do you get the color? So you see how we're taking glass out of the furnaces here, that stuff that looks really orange at the end of the rod? In Germany, we get our color from Germany, and then the Germany ships it to the distributors here in the United States. In Germany, they have places where there's just big, big furnaces of color. And then the color, I believe, well, I could be corrected on this, but I believe the color is then pulled out just the same way that Eric is pulling out the glass over there. It's pulled out, and then it's shipped away so we can apply color to our glass here in the States. And the reason why I won't go that deep, but we get our color from the distributors. We buy this color from places where, like, there's glass stores just like there's grocery stores and clothing stores. We go to the glass store to buy colored glass. Oh. So now when Sarah is done allowing that color overlay to cool down and set itself up, pay attention. She'll dip into the furnace to gather some more clear glass over the color overlay so she can continue to blow out the bubble. So here at the Museum of Glass, we have what is known as Kids Design Glass. And this is a program developed to inspire the youth, such as yourself, to create like fine artists do here in the hot shop. And it's for the youth that are 12 and under, and I'm going to guess that you all are 12 and under. So Kids Design Glass is located, some of the application forms are located in the Grand Hall at the Kids Design Glass table. And if you submit a drawing to the Hot Shop team, and if you're chosen, it's a competition. So if you're chosen, your family will be invited back here to the Hot Shop, and one piece will be created for you all to take home, and then one piece stays into our permanent collection on exhibit throughout the years. So if you're interested, be sure to take a moment to ask your chaperone to walk through the art alley to learn more about the Kids Design Glass program. And so as you can see, Sarah has dipped that glass back into the furnace to gather more clear glass. We are making a pitcher, like, you know, water pitchers or lemonade pitchers. So she'll dip the glass into a mold to be able to create some high and low points. This is the pineapple mold. And what it does is it freezes a design to the surface. And then when she gathers over the low points, there will be air that gets trapped between the hot glass and the low points. And then it'll create bubbles on the surface of the glass. And this is what we call a pineapple mold. If we could see the pineapple mold diagram or any optic mold diagram, that would be helpful. So up on the big screen there, you'll be able to see what she dipped the glass into. It's those really cool molds that freeze that design into the surface, and then to get the bubbles, we'll have to gather over it again. And naturally, as the air tries to escape out of the hot glass, it can't. And so then it'll create this really cool design. Thank you. So whenever we take the rods over to the water, it's because the pipes will get a little warm to touch. And so we'll cool them down there at the pipe cooler. As you can see, we have grown the clear glass gathers a lot. So now we're going to get into the process of blowing out the bubble, expanding the glass, creating the body of the pitcher. He'll go in with the block. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water to protect the integrity of the wood and the surface of the glass. So now you can see that mold, it's glowing. So the block allows us to cool the outer layers down while keeping the inner layers nice and hot. She'll blow into the glass to expand the bubble, and then he'll go in with his cloth-like material. This is known as papers. It's just regular newspaper that has been soaked in water to allow him to shape almost as if he's using his bare hand. So now we're going to let the glass fall, allow gravity to shred shit out. He'll get his jacks nice and hot. The jacks are a tool used for carving and shaping the glass. The jacks are coated in beeswax, so when he carves into the glass, it doesn't make a very squeaky sound. So he'll go there at the end of the pipe and he'll squeeze his grip. We need a solid jack line, a good jack line, as this is a reference point for the end of the glass and the beginning of the piece. So the pitchers are made upside down before we turn them right side up. So as he's controlling the glass, she's blowing and he's shaping and guiding the glass where it needs to go. So on the right side of the hot shop, Levi and Eric are preparing what we refer to as cane for a larger scale project they'll work on later this week. And then in the middle of the hot shop, we are making a glass water pitcher. So every third Thursday here from 5 to 8 o'clock, we have our Hilltop Artists, Youth Artists hosting. So from 5 to 8, every third Thursday here at the Museum of Glass, we have our Hilltop Artists, Youth Artists, and they start at about the age of 12. So for you young ones that are interested in touching glass and making glass, go online or ask your parents to go online to learn more about the Hilltop Artists program. So for those of you who just joined us here in the hot shop, this glass pitcher here, as you can see, now that it has cooled down, it has some transparent color on the surface. But all of the glass in our furnaces is clear. And so to learn just about how the glass became colored, we used a color overlay application process over a clear bubble to add pigment to the surface of the glass. So can we see, well, maybe after we transfer it off of the pipe. So after this maneuver, I will share with you all how the glass got color. So what we'll do now is we'll add an additional transfer rod onto the bottom of the glass pitcher. And this is a maneuver we must do to clean up the top portion of the glass pitcher. So we'll put a little bit of water on that carved in jack line. This is a line of tension that has created a weak point in the glass. A little bit of water will tap the pipe to release the pitcher from the initial blowpipe so we can clean up the top. So can we please see the color overlay video to learn how the glass got color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
On June 21st, we will have a second sale. And so items that were maybe like, or one of a kind, one off, different types of items will be able to be available for purchase starting as low as $10. So if you're interested in coming to take a look at the seconds, those will be available June 21st in the store. So now we'll get it nice and hot enough there to be able to sculpt in a spout. So we'll put a little bit of water there on the connection point. Lay the pipe just a little bit more upward so the water does not touch the piece. We don't want water on the piece. It might, interfere with it. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Let's clap it up. We'll stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. All the items that are stamped are available in the store. Well, most of them that we make here in the Hot Shop are available in the store for you to be able to take something great home from Museum of Glass. And now we'll do it all again, and so we'll place it into that annealing oven there with the big black door. That oven is what brings the items back down to room temperature overnight to prevent any sort of shock. And that's because those inner layers are nice and hot and those outer layers are nice and cool. And so when they touch, it's best to bring them back down to room temperature evenly. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the morning. It's not the afternoon yet. So, I'm going to tell you guys exactly what it is that we're doing here in the Hot Shop. We are making, on the right side of the Hot Shop, we are stretching out glass to create cane. And cane is how line patterns are placed onto the surface of glass. And this is preparation work for a larger scale project towards the end of the week. And then here in the middle bench, well, we're going to start on the left side of the hot shop. We'll move to the middle. We're making glass pitchers, which are just like lemonade or water pitchers that you use for your fridge. And so the process will start by using one of these hollow stainless steel rods here to dip into the furnace. Can we see the furnace diagram? Well, not yet. So Sarah will go over to the furnace there, dip into the furnace and rotate, and the hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. It's kind of like dipping into a jar of honey. And so as she rotates, she'll come out with a small, small gather. And this tiny gather will be the start of a larger scale pitcher, glass pitcher. She'll rotate it on the marvering table there, help cool it down and stabilize it just a bit. In a moment, she'll blow into the end of the rod there to create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. She'll cap it, and a bubble will come out of the end of the pipe. On the right side of the hot shop, Eric is stretching out the glass. When it's super duper hot, it's visible as very, very orange. It'll start to cool down and harden, and it'll start to slowly cool into the color closer to what it'll be when it's cold. Put a little bit of color over the surface of a clear bubble, and what this is known as is a color overlay, color application process. So then when we blow it out, it'll look solid when it cools all the way down. So she's going to stretch the glass all the way back towards the end of the pipe. So next, after we apply the color and make sure that it's all evened out, we're going to gather over that color bubble again so we can continue to expand the glass. So we're going to need a couple more gathers. And so what it is that we'll have a lot of clear glass and a little bit of colored glass. But as we blow it out, it'll all look just like as if it's only blue, similar to my little color cup here. Here at the Museum of Glass, we have a program, and it's designed for the youth 12 and under to be able to apply to create like fine artists do here in the hot shop. And so I believe you all are 12 and under. And if you have any interest, we have some kids design glass forms in the Grand Hall. And so if you're chosen, if you apply to the competition, one piece will be made here in the hot shop for you and your family to take home. You get invited back to watch it become created. And then one piece stays with our permanent collection to be exhibited throughout the years. And so can we see the Kids Design Glass video to learn a little bit more about the program?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make two pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen, the ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like in the inside, it's all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, I've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges. and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
And now we're dipping into the furnace again to gather up some more clear glass over the color bubble. And we also dipped it into a pineapple optic mold. And so this mold then, it'll create low and high points in the glass. So when we gather over it, naturally the hot glass will encase the mold, and these little bubbles will try to surface, but they're not able to, and they get captured in the glass. And so can we see the pineapple mold to learn, just to be able to see the visual? Can we see the pineapple? Oh, there we go. So up on the big screen, we dipped that hot glass into the mold that's on the right side. And so when it cools down, it'll look like the image on the left side. And now we'll go in and out of the reheating chamber. Thank you for that diagram. So our glory holes are designed to keep the glass nice and hot. The glory holes rest at about 2,300 degrees. And so as we work in and out of those reheating chambers, the orange face ovens, they will allow us to be able to manipulate the glass at the bench. He'll go in with his papers, as she's going to blow into the end of the pipe to expand the bubble. And he'll guide the glass with his papers, which is just folded up newspaper that has been soaked in water. And it allows him to shape the glass almost as if he's using his bare hand. That fluffy torch gets up to about 2,500 degrees. We're going to carve into the glass there at the end of the pipe. So we'll give it a flash, get it nice and hot. As she blows into the glass, it continues to expand. He'll get the jacks nice and hot. That tool there, with the large blades, we call these jacks. We're going to carve in a jack line. The jack line is a reference point. It indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. This glass pitcher that we are making, this water pitcher we are making, is created. First, we have to shape the bottom, and then we'll clean up the top. So we put a little bit of water on that jack line we carved in, and we added an additional rod, a transfer rod, to be able to remove the glass from the initial pipe. So now we can clean up the top. This is a pitcher for water, a water pitcher. And now we'll be able to clean up what we call the mouth, the lip. So now on the right side of the hot shop, as he stretches out the glass, it's wiggly because it's hot. So think about like a noodle when you put water on it and it starts to become a bit more, like it has more movement. But then when the noodle does not have any sort of water on it, it's stiff. So kind of similar, but in terms of glass, when you heat it up, it has more movement, and when it cools down, it becomes a lot more stiff. And so glass has the ability to go from a liquid to a solid, back to a liquid, or it can stay in solid form. So as Sarah dips into the furnace pit, we are going to add the handle onto the water pitcher, and this bit will be clear, so we'll blow into it, we'll create a hollow bubble, and then we'll also have the hollow bit of glass attached as the handle for the pitcher. Next week for Juneteenth, the mobile flame working demonstrations will take place at the Stewart Heights Park for the annual Juneteenth festival. So if you are around and you're interested in watching glass be made tabletop, be sure to check out the Stewart Heights Juneteenth celebration to learn how glass is made on a torch. So Hilltop Artists is a local youth organization for my friends that are here visiting. I just want to tell you guys a little bit about being able to access the materials as young as 12 years old. You can learn how to make items through glass at the Hilltop Artist Studios if you apply to be a part of the after school program. Of course, you'll have to ask your parents. There's also a summer program that is offered to the youth. And then every third Thursday here at the Museum of Glass, the Hilltop Artists, youth artists come and demonstrate how glass is made for the community. And so next Thursday is third Thursday, and from 5 to 8, we are open, free to the public, and the Hilltop artists are demonstrating all night long. So if you're interested in watching youth artists or becoming a youth glass artist, ask your parents to go online and look up hilltopartist.org to learn more about how you can access the materials also and create in glass. So now we'll get it nice and hot at the end of the rod there. So we want to make sure when we put water on the connection point, it's nice, the thermal shock sets in very well. So he'll give a nice flash to the bottom of the connection point there, and then we'll slowly begin to prepare the glass to be removed from the pipe. A little bit of water on that connection point. Thermal shock will set in to help release the water pitcher from the end of the pipe. We'll tap it. All right, let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. We'll stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, and everything that we stamp here made at MOG will also be available in the store. And then into the annealing oven, it'll go to cool down overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. As those inner layers are nice and hot, those outer layers have cooled a bit, so they all need to come back down slowly overnight to prevent thermal shock. On June 21st here at Museum of Glass, we'll have a second sale. And so that second sale, it offers one-of-a-kind handmade items here in the hot shop. And it starts about as low as $10. Can we see the second sale flyer? Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop. My name's Emily. I'll be your MC while you're here hanging out in the Hot Shop. I hope you guys are having a happy Wednesday and having a really enjoyable field trip here at Museum of Glass. So I'll let you all know exactly what's happening here on the Hot Shop floor. On the left side of the Hot Shop, Trenton is getting ready color bar. Color bar is what we use to add color. It's one way we can apply color to glass. So we'll chop down this large piece of color bar and get it really hot to be able to apply it to the glass. On the right side of the Hot Shop, Levi and Eric are preparing color bar also, and they're pulling it out just like slime. They're allowing it to become super stretched out. It becomes what we call cane. And cane creates patterns on the surface of glass. It is how we place lines into the surface of the glass. So the process will start by dipping into the furnace. Sarah has heated up a steel rod, and she's dipping it into the furnace. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. The hot glass really likes to stick to the hot steel, and when she comes out, she'll rotate it on the table. That little bit of glass is the starter of we're going to make a water pitcher. So it's the start of our water pitcher, which is actually is going to be a lot larger. She'll rotate it on the marking table there, and in a moment, she'll blow into the end of the pipe to create a bubble, similar to the shape of a balloon. And then Trenton will take the color that he is preparing and lay it over this clear bubble. This is one way we can add color or apply color to glass here in the Hot Shop, because all of the glass in the furnace is clear. Can we see the furnace diagram? So the furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. Thank you. And now, as Trent prepares this color that he is getting nice and hot, there's a little bubble at the end of the pipe within the clear glass that Sarah gathered from the furnace. We're going to lay the color over the clear bubble. This is known as the color overlay application. So now on the big screen there, Sarah is preparing a bit of color to be laid over the clear bubble. whenever we dip into the furnaces and the glass pipe, the pipes start to get a little warm, we'll come over to the pipe cooler to cool the pipes down. And now Sarah's positioned herself to be able to remove the glass from Trenton's rod, and she'll go in with diamond shears. The diamond shear is cut in a 360, so in one snip, she'll be able to release the pipe and the glass. And she can remove her hand from those really high temperatures because the glass is still above 2,000 degrees when it's being applied to the clear bubble. So now we'll stretch that color all the way back towards the end of the pipe. So here at the museum, we have a program known as Kids Design Glass. And this program is developed for the youth like yourself to be inspired to create like the fine artists do here in the hot shop. So if you're 12 and under, which you guys are because you're in 3rd grade, if you're 12 and under, you're encouraged to apply to our Kids Design Glass program. We have some application sheets in the Grand Hall. And so what happens is it's a competition, and if you're chosen, one piece will be made and kept here in our permanent collection, and one piece will be made to go home with you and your family so you guys can enjoy. Can we see the Kids Design Glass slide? Not the video, just the Kids Design Glass slide. So there are some creatures from the Kids Design Glass program. And then the Kids Design Glass will give you all of the description of the program. You have to be 12 and under. And you're... So we'll gather some more glass out of the furnace. The more glass we gather allows us to continue to expand the bubble. The bubble is like maybe the size of an orange right now. So we want to get it a lot bigger than that. She'll cradle the glass in a block to be able to cool down those outer layers that she just added, and just for shaping, so it can all be nice and even throughout. So next, Sarah will dip the glass into the optic mold. It's a pineapple mold. And so what that will do is it will freeze into the surface of the glass to create a design on the surface of the glass. And so there she is dipping into the mold. When she comes out, you'll see that there will be texture on the surface, and it'll change the shape and the surface design. So Sarah dipped into the mold, and now she has to allow the glass to cool down at the bench there. And then once it cools down, she'll gather over it. When she gathers over it, within those low points of the glass, as the hot glass seeps into the low points, it'll create an air bubble. And as the air bubble tries to escape, it will not be successful, which will give us a really cool design. Can we see the pineapple optic mold slide? So now, to achieve this pineapple optic mold finish, we'll dip into the furnace, and the glass will gather around the low points. And when she comes out of the furnace, you'll be able to see the bubbles trying to escape from the glass. So we've carved into the glass to create a jack line. That jack line indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. It creates a weak point also in the glass to be able to later take it off of the initial blowpipe. When we're making these glass pitchers, we have to shape the bottom and blow it out and shape the bottom before we clean up the top. So Trenton's blowing into the pipe as Sarah shapes with those papers. Pay attention to also to how Eric is stretching the glass out. He's making glass cane. So as we blow out the glass, she's shaping with those papers, and it's just newspaper that's been soaked in water. So now that we've shaped the bottom, we'll create a transfer rod to be able to take the glass off of the initial blowpipe and clean up the top, the lip portion of the pitcher. We're making a glass pitcher. Here at Museum of Glass, we will have a second sale on June 21st. This will be one of a kind, one-off items that start for as low as $10. So if you all are interested, come on back on June 21st and go shopping a little bit with us. And then also on June 19th, we will be at Stewart Heights Park with our mobile flame working setups. And we will be demonstrating how glass is made tabletop on a torch with a flame. And that'll be June 19th from 11 to 5 p.m. at Stewart Heights Park. That's our mobile flame working setup. So we'll snip the glass and let it hang for a second. This additional part will function as the handle. And then next we'll get the lip nice and hot and we'll pull out the spout. We'll mold the spout. We'll tap the pipe to release the glass after putting a little water on the end of that connection point. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Woohoo! And then into the annealing oven. It will go. We're going to place it in this oven here where it'll cool down overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. And that is how glass pitchers are made here in the hot shop. And we'll do it all again in just a moment. So we'll move to the center bench here after we get the color nice and hot. So Trenton has colored 2 different colors that he's kind of created this really cool swirl pattern with. And so he'll get the colors super hot in the reheating chamber there. Sarah will use her diamond shears to snip the glass. The diamond shears cut in a 360, which are great for releasing that material and the pipe, as well as her hands from those high temperatures. And now she'll take this color overlay and stretch it all the way back towards the end of the pipe, so the bubble is properly encased. So as we continue to expand the bubble, it will only be visible as this really beautiful color overlay on the surface. So to be able to get the pattern of the lines on the surface of these little sugar orbs here, you have to create cane. So cane then is laid out and then it is rolled over a bubble, which creates pattern. So all the pieces up there, whenever you see the line work derives from rolling up cane. On the left side of the hot shop, we're making a water pitcher here. We'll go in and out of those reheating chambers with the orange faces, the ovens with the orange faces. And they rest at about 2,300 degrees. And this allows us to keep the glass nice and malleable when we remove it from the furnace. And the furnace is where all the hot glass is held. And it's those silver tanked ovens with the doors on the front of them. And the doors move horizontally left to right to access that molten glass. We've gathered molten glass at the end of the rod already, where Sarah's currently working on the left side of the hot shop. So as we gathered over the glass that we dipped into the optic mold, it gave us that really pretty air bubbles that have been trapped in the lower points of the glass naturally. And now we'll start to blow it out. We'll go in with the block. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that helps shape the glass. It helps cool down those outer layers while keeping those inner layers nice and hot. And then in with that pad-like material, it's newspaper that has been folded up and it's soaked in water. So now we'll paddle the bottom. We have to shape the bottom of the water pitcher before we are able to clean up and open up the top. And that's because we are connected to being able to reinforce the shape of the glass by blowing into the end of it. The more we touch the glass and shape the glass, sometimes it will take different shape. And so the air allows us to reinforce the shape while we're connected to the blowpipe. We'll put a little bit of water on the jack line, and then we'll tap the pipe to release the glass from the end of the blowpipe. And now we can work on the opposite side. After this piece, we'll take a lunch break and then we'll come back in about 1 hour to do it all again. We'll get that connection point nice and hot so we can lay some water on the end of the pipe there to help release the glass from the pipe. It's really important that that connection piece is nice and hot, so that's why we'll go in and out of the reheating chamber a couple times. We also want the piece to be evenly heated throughout. So he'll dip into the bucket of water, tap the water on the end of the connection point there while tilting the pipe upward because we don't want the water to fall towards the piece. It could crack it. All right, we'll tap it off. We'll stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. And then into the annealing oven it will go, where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. So that oven there rests at a certain temperature to bring the piece back to room temperature overnight. Alrighty, friends, we'll be right back in about 1 hour to do it all again. See you in a few. Welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the afternoon. Today we have been, well, in the beginning of the day, we were making some glass pitchers, like water pitchers. And in the right side of the Hot Shop, you guys have been able to watch Levi and Eric prepare for a larger project at the end of the week. And so what they are doing when they're stretching the glass color out, laying it on the ladder, and then putting it into the black box is they are making cane. And cane is used to add patterns to the surface of glass that have color, but more so adding lines, similar to this really cute sugar ball hair. So Sarah's dipped into the furnace, and dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. She'll blow into the end of the pipe and cap it, which will then create a bubble at the end of that rod there, similar to the shape of a balloon. And then to add color, to apply color to the glass, Trenton is preparing 2 different color bars, and they're kind of swirled. And so when they are applied to the surface of the glass, they will be transparent, but they'll have a color overlay effect, which will then create a colored bubble. So a solid color, so it swirls, but it'll be applied solid overall. So it'll have a even finish, similar to this cup here. It won't be blue. This is just an example I have. So Trent, can we move the camera to the far left bench where Sarah and Trent are working? So Trent will work in and out of that reheating chamber. That glory hole rests at about 2,300 degrees, which will allow the glass to get really, really, really hot, like lava. And then Sarah will be able to shape that color at the end of the rod to prepare to lay it over the clear bubble. The glass is orange because it's hot, but when it cools down, it'll take the true color. She'll go in with her diamond shears and snip. So the diamond shears cut in a 360 to remove that extra pipe and to remove her hands away from those very, very high temperatures. And now she'll stretch this color all the way back towards the end of the rod. Here at the museum on June 19th, not here, but the mobile flame working shop will be going out June 19th to Stewart Heights Park for the Juneteenth celebration from 11 to 5 p.m. And so mobile flame working consists of torches on a tabletop, and this is where you can view glass items being created tabletop. And so we'll have a couple flame working artists out at Stewart Heights. So be sure to look for the mobile hot shop truck, and you'll be able to see the 2 mobile flame working stations with artists demonstrating the art of flame working. And that'll be June 19th at Stewart Heights Park from 11 to 5 p.m. for the Juneteenth celebration. And then on June 21st, we'll have a second sale, and a second sale is when we offer our one-of-a-kind, one-off handmade items by the Hot Shop team, and the sale starts, items are as low as $10. Can we see the June 21st second sale slide? So as you can see on the big screen there, the Hot Shop second sale will be June 21st. Be sure to come back down to the museum and gather some items that you might find here at the second sale. So as we work in and out of the reheating chambers here in the hot shop, that's the ovens with the orange doors. Those are known as glory holes to keep the glass nice and hot. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So you can see there the glory holes powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and the temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Those barrels are lined with hollow fire bricks, which can withstand the very high temperatures. So now we'll go back into the furnace. Sarah is just allowing that color overlay to cool down. She'll dip into the furnace here with the silver tank and the black door. We can take the glory hole slide down. So we'll dip into the furnace to rotate. As we rotate, we'll be able to gather the glass. As you can see, the glass comes out as if it's orange. When it cools down, it will be clear. That's just what it looks like resting at 2,100 degrees. Can we see the furnace diagram? The glass furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. It's better to keep the furnace running than it is to turn it off. It takes a few days for that glass to heat up, and it also takes a few days for that glass to cool down. And so it's in our best interest here to be able to continue working to keep the furnaces running, and we want to be careful not to compromise the integrity of the ceramic pot. So the crucible inside of there, if we continually cool the glass down, when it cools down, it shrinks, so it could crack the ceramic pot that lines it. Thank you. So we've dipped into the optic mold. The optic mold is what gave us those really cool pattern of bubbles within the glass that you can see now. That optic mold looks like a pineapple inside. Can we see the pineapple optic mold slide? And then he'll go in with that block. That block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water. And so if you look up at the big screen there, you'll be able to see the optic mold that that the glass was placed into. And then when we gathered over the molds, chilling into the surface of the glass, which chilled into the surface of the glass, it creates these bubbles because the mold places low and high points into the glass. And when you gather over it, as the hot glass tries to seep into the low points, it creates naturally an air bubble that tries to escape. He'll go in with that cloth-like material, which is just papers that have been soaked in water, which allow him to shape the glass. It's just newspaper, good old newspaper. So she's blowing into the end of the pipe and the bubble is expanding. So we'll carve into the glass with the jacks. The jacks are the tools he's holding in his hand. When we do that carving motion at the end of the pipe there, it indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. The glass pitchers are made upside down, so we have to shape the bottom before we clean and open up the top. If you all are ever interested in what's happening here in the hot shop, you can always go on to our live stream online. We live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. And you're welcome to watch from home, your cell phone, maybe your computer desk. So now we will prepare the glass to be transferred from the initial blowpipe to a transfer rod to be able to work on the opposite side. So he'll allow that transfer rod, that little bit, that connection bit to cool down a bit. And then you'll watch as he dips into the bucket of water, lays it over the jack line, taps the pipe, and removes the glass from the initial blowpipe. So she'll add an additional bit of glass. He'll flip it over, let it hang a bit, chill down, and this will function as the handle on the water pitcher. We'll put a little bit of water on that connection point. This will help release the glass from the end of the rod there. We'll stamp it with Museum of Glass logo. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. And then they'll take it into the annealing oven where it'll slowly start to cool down overnight until it comes right back to room temperature. And that's because those inner layers are nice and warm and those outer layers are cooling. And so we want it to cool down all together overnight back to room temperature to prevent any sort of thermal shock. My name's Emily. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask questions. I'll be happy to answer. And we're going to get started making something else in just a moment. Allow them to take a second, and we're going to do it all again. So she's dipped into the furnace, and you can see the glass at the end of her rod there. She's blown into the pipe and capped the pipe to create a bubble. That glass at the end of the rod, it looks like it's orange. It's just hot. When it cools down, it will be clear. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So the process typically starts by dipping into the furnace. The furnace are our large ceramic tanks here in the hot shop. It's those furnaces, it's the tanks with the silver bottoms and then the doors on the front. Dipping into the furnace and gathering glass is like dipping into a jar of honey. The hot glass really likes to stick to the hot steel. And that little gather is just the start of all different sorts of pieces. Thank you. So there on the far left bench, we'll have Trenton getting some colorful glass nice and hot. This is known as a piece of color bar. And then we'll lay it over the clear bubble at the bench that Sarah has set up. And this is how we will apply color to the surface of the glass. So on the right side of the hot shop here, Eric and Levi are preparing for a larger scale project, and they're pulling out color rods of glass, so glass cane. And so glass cane, when it is pulled out long, it can be chopped down. Once it's chopped down, it can be rolled on top of a clear bubble to create pattern in glass. So when you roll it, for example, the core of this was white. It was a white bubble that was rolled over pieces of cane similar to these pieces of wood here. So imagine this to be glass. You roll the white bubble over the pieces of cane that you chop down similar in size to get the pattern on the surface of glass. So they're preparing for a larger project later this week. And we have these ladders. Also, the Hot Shop team pulled out some ladders because we're probably going to pull some longer pieces of cane that are thinner. Eric's pulling out thicker pieces of cane. And that's for, of course, like I said earlier, a special project. So we're going to pull some glass out here also and then cut it down for pattern. So put a little bit of water on that connection point. Lay the bowl upside down on the paddles there, and then we'll fire polish the bottom. And then over to the annealing oven where we'll put it in. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Let's clap it up. The little ikebana bowl will rest overnight to prevent any sort of shock. With glass, the internal layers can be really warm and the external layers can be cool. So we need them all to cool down together overnight to prevent any sort of shock. So we'll do it all again in just a moment here in the hot shop. I just want to let you guys know about a couple events we have. We have our mobile flame working shop going out to Stewart Heights, which will be June 19th from 11 to 5 p.m. That'll be for the Juneteenth celebration. And then on June 21st, we will have our second sale here at the Museum of Glass. And these items will start at as low as $10, and they will all be one-of-a-kind, one-off items that will be available for purchase here in the store. And then here on the right side of the hot shop, Eric is pulling out really thick pieces of cane, and he is preparing this glass here for a project later this week, a larger scale project later this week, which will consist of incorporating the cane. The cane will lay on the surface of the glass as patterns, lines of pattern. The process starts by dipping into the furnaces there. As you can see, Sarah is using that steel rod to dip into the furnace to gather glass. She'll go to the marbling table to help cool the glass down just a bit, stabilize it. And then she will blow into the end of the pipe. And then you'll see a bubble come out of the end of the pipe within the glass, which will be the start. So that's the catalyst for all things made hollow in glass. She'll allow it to squat up, blow into the end of the pipe, and cap the pipe. And then a bubble will come out of the end of the glass. We've gathered more glass around that color overlay, which will allow us to continue to expand the bubble. He'll go in there at the bench with that block, that hollowed out piece of wood that's been soaking in water to help shape the glass. We'll blow this glass out to be similar to the Ikebana bowl we just put away, so a little black bowl. We'll carve a jack line into the glass with those jacks, which are those really large blades there. This jack line will indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So once we've shaped the bottom, we'll prepare the piece to be transferred off of the initial pipe that we started on, because we work upside down before we are able to clean up the top. So now Trent will prepare an additional rod to be connected to the bottom of this bowl so we can remove the glass off the end of the blowpipe and onto another pipe to clean up the top portion. Here on the right side of the hot shop, Eric is pulling out bars of color, which we refer to as cane. So he's pulling out cane for a project that he'll use, it'll be used for a project later this week. When the glass is super duper orange, that means it is malleable enough to be stretched in different directions. And so when it starts to cool down, that means it's stiffening up to where it's not as malleable, and it'll be similar to the color it will be when it cools all the way back down. And so the way that we're able to know when to do what we're supposed to do is by reading the color of the glass due to the heat. As we go in and out of that reheating chamber, it rests at about 2,300 degrees, which allows for us to be able to keep the glass really hot and shape it at the bench. We're making a black ikebana bowl, so it'll be a bowl with 2 layers that are all flush. I mean, that are not detached. Put a little bit of water on that connection point, tap the pipe to help release the pipe, release the glass. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. And then into the annealing oven, it will go to rest overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. Now, I believe next we will be working on pulling out cane. So we'll pull cane across the ladders here in the hot shop, very similar to what Eric is doing on the right side of the hot shop, just a little bit longer. My name is Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to answer your questions. On June for the Juneteenth celebration this month, Museum of Glass mobile flame working will be activated at the Stewart Heights Park, and that'll be from 11 to 5 p.m. And so, if you're interested in observing what flame working is, that will consist of torches, tabletop, and glass artists will be creating items tabletop out of glass. So different like pendants, and you can even sculpt on the torch, and so maybe some sort of sculptural glass also. My name's Emily. I hope you guys are having a happy Wednesday. Welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. We are going to pull some cane out across the Hot Shop, and so that consists of gathering clear glass or around a piece of color bar, and color bar is this is color bar. And these bars of color are shipped over to the States from Germany. And we buy it from the distributors at the glass store to incorporate color and pattern and into the glass. And so the reason for pulling cane is to incorporate pattern into the surface of glass. So whenever you see lines, that is pattern that has color. That is a process that has been laid into the glass. So you'll see, everything is a different application of color and a different process of being able to achieve a final look when you're looking at glass with different types of patterns and color. So Trenton has picked up a color bar on the end of a solid rod. So he'll prepare the color to be stretched across the ground. So we dipped into the furnace to gather glass around the color bar. That furnace there, it holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. Dipping into the furnace, we're able to gather clear molten glass, and that adding a gather also adds to the mass of glass at the end of the rod, which will help expand your material. as the pipe starts to warm up, we'll go over to the pipe cooler to cool it down. It's easier to grip there at the beginning of the pipe to control your balance while holding that pipe. So we have to cool it down so it's nice and comfortable to touch. So we're going to need a pretty good amount of glass at the end of the rod there. It's because we're going to stretch it from that side of the room to this side of the room. So we have to allow the cane to rest on the ladders to cool down. And then when it's cool enough, we will start to chop it up. So as you can see, Sarah will start to break it down. So we're going to pull out a good amount of different colors in celebration of Tacoma Pride. We will have all the varied colors, primary colors, red, yellow, blue, green. So we're going to slowly but surely continue to stretch the colors here, and then when we assemble them, we'll be able to lay the pattern out. It'll be like just like the cane here, laid next to each other. We'll be able to roll that up over. If we could see the cane roll-up video or some roll-up diagrams for the visitors in the hot shop, that would be helpful so they can have a reference point, just a visual aid of how cane is rolled up over a clear bubble. So when they're able to load it up onto the big screen there, you'll be able to understand when we play. Let's do Trenton's residency of the roll-up video when he's making his fish traps. You guys will be able to see what happens when cane is rolled over a bubble, and it gives you these really beautiful different line patterns with color on the surface of the glass. So if you look up on the big screen there, the bubble will be rolled over the pattern that's been broken down, and then you'll be able to see once it's rolled over a bubble with color or without color. You'll be able to get patterns into the glass. So we'll stretch this cane across the ladders, and so each of these stretches, or each of the pools, will be different colors. This is blue. We did green. We'll work on yellow or red next. We are stretching out cane to be laid over bubbles, and the cane will be for Tacoma Pride Month. So now that we've built up the mass, we'll get it super duper hot, and then we'll stretch it out across the ladders here. We have a few new visitors in the hot shop, and I think it would be kind of a good idea to play the roll-up video again. Oh, not yet. We can't do it yet. Cane is used, like I was saying earlier, to put patterns of line on the surface of glass. And so we are pulling out cane to be rolled up at a different point this week. And this cane is for Pride Month. So we have some green and some blue over there. And now we'll see what color this is when it cools down. So for the visitors that just joined us here in the hot shop, I would like to show them the roll-up video of why we're pulling all this cane out here. And so can we see the cane roll-up video and how it's incorporated and then turned into artwork? If you look up on the big screen there, you'll be able to see the cane chopped down. Once it's chopped down, we'll be able to create a bubble and then roll the bubble in the material, the glass. So as we continue to dip into the furnaces and extract the glass, we eventually have to replenish that molten hot glass that rests at about 2,100 degrees. We have to replenish the levels. It can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass inside of the furnaces there. But it doesn't just magically reappear. That would be amazing. But our hot shop technician here, it's his job to recharge and refill the furnaces that can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. So, can we see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about how we get glass here in the furnaces? Can we please...
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2,300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
We'll let the cane rest on the ladders, and then it'll be chopped down to be rolled up at a different point in time. So the process here in the hot shop starts by dipping into the furnace. As you can see, when we gather that glass out of the furnace, it looks orange. That's because it's hot, but when it cools down, it'll be clear. Can we see the furnace diagram? So the glass furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. It's best that this glass runs 24 hours a day and 7 days a week, because to cool it down takes a couple days, and to heat it up takes a couple days. And when it does cool down, it has the ability to shrink just a little bit. But if you do that enough times and it constantly continues to shrink, it'll pull at the walls inside of that ceramic pot, and it can crack the pot. So we don't want to compromise the integrity of the crucible inside of the furnace. So it is best for us to be able to work to allow it to run 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. So now we'll make another bowl. He gathered the glass and then he blew into it to create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. And now we're going to lay a black piece of color bar over the clear bubble. This will then allow us to have color applied to the glass. So Trent will come out of that reheating chamber. The reheating chamber is designed to get the glass nice and super duper hot. The reheating chamber rests at about 2,300 degrees. So he'll come over the clear bubble and then in with those diamond shears. Those diamond shears cut in a 360. So one snip will remove that extra pipe and the extra material, as well as his hands away from that really, really high radiating heat. Can we see the glory hole diagram? As we work from the benches and in and out of the glory hole is also powered by natural gas and forced air. And it's only designed to keep the glass nice and hot. Can we see the glory hole diagram? It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And it rests at about 2,300 degrees. The hollow fire brick within that barrel can withstand those very high temperatures. Thank you. So now that we've gathered over that color overlay, the core of this bubble is black. So when we're ready to sit at the bench and start to blow it out, you'll be able to see that really pretty black glass as it cools down. Whenever the pipe starts to get a little warm, we'll go over to the pipe cooler to cool it down a bit so we're able to hold the pipe closer to the end. And then in with the wooden block, he'll go. This wooden block has been soaking in water, and it allows him to cool those outer layers down while keeping the core nice and hot, so we're able to blow out the glass and expand the bubble. We really, we need for all of the outside of that bubble to be even, so when we blow, the air naturally distributes itself properly. So we always want very even walls. So with those papers, it's just newspaper that has been soaked in water. He'll guide the glass as she blows into the end of the pipe to expand the bubble. So now we'll go in with those jacks. Those jacks are just two large blades, and as he squeezes into the glass, he'll carve in a jack line. This is a reference point, and it indicates the bottom of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. As we carve into the glass, it creates a weak spot. So we'll flatten the bottom of the bowl that we're creating. Whenever we make things here, oftentimes we have to shape the bottom before we clean up the top. So we're working upside down.
My name is George Weyerhaeuser, and I'm proud to be George Weyerhaeuser Jr.'s father. And George was my oldest son, and he was a leader in every function that he was in, and was a very serious and dedicated citizen of Tacoma. Everything he was involved in, he was very thorough about, and he was very well liked, I think, and trusted by many, many people because of his obvious sincerity and thoroughness. I'd say both things very much. He represented a first-class leader. I would underline leader in headlines about him.
We changed from a bunch of planners to a bunch of builders and doers. Yes, it's easy to build a building and get excited about that, but it's been just as fun to watch the museum grow, to watch the eyes and faces of the visitors as we expand their horizons.
There was a lot of support in the early years for the Museum of Glass. It was always a matter of newness and growth and novelty, and it was a challenge that he spent a lot of time on. And
we went from a group that was concerned about the future, but the future was always in front of us, to a group that was working the future right now.
Part and parcel of being tied up in Tacoma and wanting very much to have improvement in the arts, and specifically this was a new and exciting one that he wanted to very much to see be well supported and successful, and it's proven to be a wonderful thing for Tacoma.
The Museum of Glass was built at a very exciting time in the glass studio movement. We're here in the birthplace of the modern studio glass movement, and we're at a time when glass is moving from an unusual medium to one that really is accepted in mainstream contemporary art.
I don't think of anything that he did, you know, that he was more involved in and dedicated to.
One of the things that's most exciting to me about working with the Museum of Glass is the variety of places that contributions can go. I've watched not only some spectacular art being brought to this community that really has stretched our horizons, but I've also seen the difference we can make in the schools.
Kids in a glass museum?
You bet!
Boy, it's wonderful for the donors to see the impact they're having in those youth's lives. Same thing on teaching physics with glass. We're a very, very approachable institution. We're not the kind of museum you have to drag your kids to. We find people that have visited here during their school days are bringing their parents because they like learning physics by watching the liquid glass and the artists working in our hot shop. So we're a spectacular place for the breadth of things that you can get involved in with your support.
I was always very confident that George would do well, because there's hardly anything that beats personal effort and application and commitment, and all those things he had in spades. And it's not solely a matter of pride, but I barely have ever run into anybody that I felt was more deserving and worked harder at the things that I think were important to him and maybe important to the community. And I'm very pleased that to be a part of this effort because of it. He was a marvelous son.
Imagine Tacoma without Museum of Glass.
No fire dancing in the furnace.
No moments of awe as molten glass transforms into art.
No place where the fragile becomes fearless. No beacon of light reflecting the soul of our community.
Glass is more than just a material. It is a metaphor for us all. strong and delicate, transparent yet full of depth.
It does not discriminate. It does not choose who can shape it, who can see through it, or who can marvel at its beauty.
It is for the dreamers and the doers. Glass unites. And here at Museum of Glass, that unity becomes action.
A veteran finds healing through hot shop heroes, forging resilience in the fire.
A young artist in the Kids Design Glass program sees their wildest imagination take shape, proving that creativity has no limits.
A student curator in the Curator Hive program learns to see art not just as an object, but as a story, one they can help tell.
A student from Hilltop Artists steps into the hot shop for the first time,
feeling the heat of possibility. An artist in residence redefines the future of glass, inspiring the next generation to push boundaries.
Like millions of grains of sand fused together in the fire, Tacoma is a city forged by the hands of its people.
A city where each grain, no matter how small, plays a vital role in the whole. It is in the fire, the challenges, the trials, the shared moments that we find our strength, our beauty, our identity.
But even more than that, glass reminds us of hope. It transforms, it endures, and it inspires. The fire does not destroy the glass, it elevates it. From fragility comes resilience, from simplicity comes wonder, and from the ordinary comes the extraordinary.
Without the Museum of Glass, what happens to that fire, to that spark of creativity and wonder? What happens to the child who sees a future as an artist for the first time?
To the veteran who finds purpose in the molten glow. To the student whose perspective is forever changed.
The Museum of Glass is not just a building. It is a living, breathing part of Tacoma and well beyond. It preserves our past, inspires our present, and shapes our future.
And as the museum continues to change and grow, it will become more resilient, enduring, and extraordinary.
This is our museum, our fire,
our community. Let's keep it burning bright.
Put a little bit of water on that connection point there, and then we'll tap the pipe and release the glass onto the wooden paddles. Let's give them a hand for all their hard work. Clap it up. Into the annealing oven, it'll rest overnight to be cooled down back to room temperature to prevent any sort of thermal shock. So now we're going to pull another piece of cane that is similar to the pieces here on the table. Cane is created here in the hot shop to add pattern and color to the surface of glass. And these colors are in representation of Pride Month. So So we will pick up some color bar, and then we'll gather clear glass around the color bar. The color bar is similar to this type of color bar. And then we're going to gather clear glass around it, and then we're going to stretch it across the room here. And then we're going to cut it down and then roll it into a piece bubble. Can we see the roll-up video, please?